rusted fishing reel. Rusted reel. I hold a rusted fishing reel. Rusted reel. The salt crusts my skin. The line is frayed and thin. I see a shallow shimmer. I see a shallow shimmer. A broken surface and puddles. Broken surface. The weight pulls me down. The cold seeps through my coat. Through my coat. The cold seeps through my coat. Through my coat. The nylon line snaps tight. The nylon line snaps tight. I feel the heavy drag. I feel the heavy drag. The empty net drags deep. Drags deep. The pressure starts to bloom. The south side flicker stains my eyes. The south side flicker stains. Cold drips from the eaves. My skin feels like iron. A salt-crusted bell rings. A salt-crusted bell rings. A rusted, unanchored anchor drags through the mud. My boots strike the grit. Strike the grit. My boots strike the grit. A phantom weight follows me. The rhythm hits my chest. A hollowed bell tolls, tolls. A hollowed bell tolls. The iron chain snaps. The metal bites my hand. trench coat feels like lead. My trench coat feels like lead. A waterlogged saxophone reed sits still. A waterlogged saxophone reed sits still. The brass mouthpiece has a crack. The brass mouthpiece has a crack. The wipers beat a steady rhythm. The wipers beat a steady rhythm. Like a metronome, my heart beats a hollow thud. My heart beats a hollow thud out of time. The tempo drags in the mud. The tempo drags in the mud. I hold a fraying cello bow. I hold a fraying cello bow, so frayed. The blue puddles reflect the loop. The blue puddles reflect the loop, heavy. The concrete presses on my chest. The concrete presses on my chest, heavy. The weight pulls me down. A cracked metronome skips a beat. A cracked metronome skips a beat, skips. The cold water bites my skin. The cold water bites my skin, bites. The strings snap in the damp. The strings snap in the damp. Snap. The wood begins to rot. My boots tread on wet asphalt. Heavy boots. My boots tread on wet asphalt, heavy boots. The trench coat weighs me down. I feel nothing in my feet, numb feet. I feel nothing in my feet, numb feet. The dampness settles in my bones. A dented brass compass sits here, lost direction. A dented brass compass sits here, lost direction. It spins in a shallow puddle. A frayed hemp rope lies nearby, broken line. A frayed hemp rope lies nearby, broken line. The salt crust stings my eyes. I watch the oily puddles swirl, swirl. I watch the oily puddles swirl, swirl. A rusted, jagged anchor drags below. The heavy iron sinks in grit. The heavy iron sinks in grit. A broken hull rests in mud. The heavy iron sinks in grit. The heavy iron sinks in grit. A salt scent hits my nose, salt scent. A salt scent hits my nose, salt scent. A frayed hemp rope snaps tight. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. I feel the sudden sting. I feel the sudden sting. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. A muffled trumpet bleeds through walls, through walls. A muffled trumpet bleeds through walls, through walls. I clutch a waterlogged saxophone reed. The brass mouthpiece feels dented. The metal tastes like copper. 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 Windshield wipers beat a frantic rhythm. Frantic rhythm. Windshield wipers beat a frantic rhythm. Frantic rhythm. The brass bell vibrates with tension. The brass bell vibrates with tension. My fingers grip the cold metal. My fingers grip the cold metal. The rhythm breaks my steady pulse. The rhythm breaks my steady pulse. Bartender, don't shut it down like you don't know my face. Neon on the table, ash in my hand, rain tap tapping that back door frame. I've been here so long, I've forgotten my plans. Now the night got my number and it called my name. I came in for one drink and a little old lie. Told myself I was done with the hurt, but the clock kept ticking, and so did I, like a bad old habit in a work shirt. The glass got foggy, the mirror lied. My coat's still wet from the street outside. It's last call weather, and I'm still here, smoking the ceiling, smoking my tears. A love can turn to a season, that's true. I don't leave it behind, it follows me through. It's last call weather, cold as sin. come in every low note and every slow grind. I see your hands where the ice cubes come. I see a shadow at the edge of my mind. You said don't make me the reason you stay, but I stayed anyway. Wrong is right. Now I know what a vow can pay when it stays too long and learns your pain. Door swings open, let the wind come in. It knows my face, it knows my skin. It's last cold weather and I'm still here, smoking the ceiling, smoking my tears. A love can turn to a season, that's true. I don't leave it behind, it follows me through. It's last cold weather, cold as sin. I keep moving in the shade I'm in. Faith, now I call it cost. Used to call it ours, now I count what I lost. If I walk out clean, I walk out alone. If I stay one more minute, this room gets my bones. It's last cold weather and I'm still here, smoking the ceiling, smoking my tears. A love can turn to a season, that's true. I don't leave it behind, it follows me through. His last cold weather, cold as sin. I keep moving in the shape I'm in. Don't turn up the lights yet, let the dark finish talking.
I know this coat ain't mine.
I've been wearing your winter like it belonged to me. Your friends call me first when the furnace go out. I know the lock on your door, the crack in your key. I know how to get through when you're all talked out. I picked up your pieces from 100 floors. I've smiled through the trouble like that's what men do. But every favor I'd done at your front door was another small piece I never gave back to you. Borrowed coat, borrowed name. I stayed so long, I answered the blame. I kept your house warm, I kept my face cold. A man can disappear in the things he holds. Borrowed coat, borrowed name. A little more love, a little more shame. You said, baby, you helped me breathe, and I believed it then. So I cut my words down to fit your room. I learned your silence and I wore it then like a cheap old cuff in the edge of June. I was the one who came when the pipes got loud, the one who laughed when your cousins drank. warm, I kept my face cold. A man can disappear in the things he holds. Borrowed coat, borrowed name, a little more love, a little more shame. Maybe you love me plain and simple. Maybe I made a job out of grace. But if I take this coat off now, I don't know what I'm gonna face. I hung your trouble on my shoulders right now. My spine got the shape of it all. Your last good reason slipped out last night, and I still answered when I heard you call. That's the trick with a life built near the flame. You stop feeling burned, you stop feeling old. I ain't mad at you, I know my own name. I just don't wear it the way I'm told. Borrowed coat, borrowed name. I stayed so long, I answered the blame. I kept your house warm, I kept my face cold. A man can disappear in the things he holds. Borrowed coat, borrowed name. I wore your life, now it fits like pain. Take it back slow, don't make it look easy.
Two in the morning, and you bring that smell in here.
Your heel hit the floor like a lie with weight. Hair all wind-tossed, coat half-buttoned wrong. You stood in the doorway at a quarter to fate, like you forgot this place, still knew your song. I seen that look before, that half-smile slash, the one you wear when you think I won't ask. But the whole damn room heard your key turn fast, and I got the kind of quiet that lasts and lasts. Don't say baby like that, gonna soften steel. Don't come in gentle when you know what I feel. Doorway at 2, now everybody see who you were with and what that does to me. Don't act surprised when the whole room stare. You walked in late with somebody else's hair. Doorway at 2, and the night went thin. I can't unsee what you brought back in. There's lipstick on your collar that ain't my shade. There's a laugh still stuck in the edge of your throat. You said don't start trouble, but trouble got made the second you chose what you chose. I ain't proud of the look I gave that door. I ain't proud of the way my hand found glass. But shame don't pay the rent no more, and hurt don't know how to pass. Doorway at 2, now everybody see who you were with and what that does to me. Don't act surprised when the whole room stare. You walked in late with somebody else's hair. Doorway at 2, said it wasn't nothing, said the car just stalled, said the wind was bad, said the bridge was slick. But the room got smaller and I heard it all in the way you stood there, not quite thick. I don't need the details, I know the crime. It's the same old smoke with a new perfume. What breaks a man ain't always time. Sometimes it's one step back into the room. Doorway at 2, now everybody see who you were with and what that does to me. Don't act surprised when the whole room stare. You walked in late with somebody else's there. Doorway at 2, and the night went thin. I can't unsee what you brought back in. Leave the light off, let the door judge you.
Don't make me beg aloud.
I took the long way home just to slow the truth. Sat in the car till the radio died. You know, the kind of dark that fits a man like proof. When he don't want nobody read his mind. I got no good excuse, no clever line. Just these old hands and a tired pride. I can walk through fire when it ain't mine. But I fold up easy when you look me in the eye. Tell me I'm still good if you can. Tell me I ain't all the way gone as a man. I don't need pretty, I don't need kind. I just need one clean word tonight. Tell me I'm still good, don't lie. I've been living off crumbs from your black and white sky. You saw my worst before I did. You heard my excuse before I made it sound right. I keep one foot out like a scared old kid, then I come back crawling to your porch light. If I'm honest, I like the burn. I like the way your disappointment cuts. Every time I leave, I learn I got a hunger that don't know enough. Tell me I'm still good if you can. I just need one clean word tonight. Tell me I'm still good, don't lie. I've been living off crumbs from your black and white sky. If you say no, I'll hear it. If you say yes, I'll owe it. I know that's ugly, I know that's low. I know a grown man shouldn't need this much light. But I've been in the dark so long, I don't trust my own face in the mirror at night. So give me the truth like a shot of gin, hard straight, no sugar on top. If I'm still worth pulling back in, say it once and let me stop. Tell me I'm still good if you can. Tell me I ain't all the way gone as a man. I don't need pretty, I don't need kind. I just need one clean word been living off crumbs from your black and white sky. Don't save me, just say my name honest. Before the sun get right, kettle on the stove and the floor still cold. I can tell your absence by the shape of the light, by the way the chair sits where you used to hold. I wash a cup, I hear you laugh, I fold a shirt that still knows your skin. A memory ain't just a photograph, it's the same damn morning coming back again. Blue on the window, same old blues on the pane. Every little thing in this room know your name. Weather in my bones, I'm not missing you pretty, I'm living what you've done. Outside the street got that February bite, bus brakes hissing at the corner light. A man can learn to carry a wound like sight when he sees it every day in the same pale white. Your scarf on the hook, your keys in my tray, a burned out match in the salsa dish. I swear I was letting you fade away, but the house keeps pulling me back to this. Blue on the window, same old blues on the pane. Every little thing in this room know your name. Blue on the window, weather in my bones, I'm not missing you pretty, I'm living what you've done. The hard part ain't the cry, it's the keeping on. It's the way the day starts, knowing what broke. I light one cigarette and it's already gone, like the last good word in a mouth full of smoke. I don't call you now, I don't beg no more, but I still move careful through the old routine, like love left fingerprints all over the floor, and every clean spot is what might have been if I changed the sheets. You still in the scene. If I crack the shade, you still in the beam. Blue on the window, same old blues on the pane. Every little thing in this room know your name. I'm living what you've done. Oh, morning don't erase it, it just shows it better. I met the worst of me at the end of your block. I like to say you made me mean, like I just woke up hard one day. Truth is I had that old machine in me long before you walked my way. I knew how to smile and keep score. I knew how to vanish and call it grace. I knew how to stand at the wrong man's door and blame the weather on my own face. I ain't just hurt, I'm trained. I've been a bad habit with a human name. The man I was after midnight ain't never been saved for the light. I ain't just hurt, I'm used. I've been carrying old sins in a Sunday suit. I told half-truths smooth as gin. I kept one foot out while I talked love big. I wanted a saint when I came back in, but I brought a liar and a jealous pig. That don't mean you was clean, no sir. It just means I ain't the only wreck. I've been calling my hunger a cure and calling my leaving respect. I ain't just hurt, I'm trained. I've been a bad habit with a human name. The man I was after midnight ain't never been safe for the light. I ain't just hurt, I'm used. I've been carrying old sins in a Sunday suit. You didn't turn me into this. You just lit up the room enough to see it. Now the bar stools know my shape, and the night clerks know my shame by sight. I can talk like a man who's late, but I've been late to myself my whole damn life. So if I lose you, I lose the truth. And if I keep you, I keep the bruise. Either way, I got work to do on the part of me that don't know how to choose. I ain't just hurt, I'm trained. I've been a bad habit with a human name. The man I was after midnight ain't never been safe for the light. I ain't just hurt, I'm used. I've been carrying old sins in a Sunday suit. That's the ugly part. It still sounds like me. I used to wait outside like a man at work, face turned up to whatever you throw. I called it love, but it did the hurt. And I kept on standing in your rain to show. You'd come and go like a broken light, flash me bright, then leave me blind. I wore that thunder every night, till I couldn't tell your tears from mine. And I'm done standing in your rain, done letting your storm call my name. I loved you hard, I loved you long, but I can't keep living where the weather went wrong. No more standing in your rain. I'm still yours in memory, not in chain. Don't tell me I'm cruel because I'm clear. Don't call it anger when it's just enough. I've been here so long, the floor went near to the shape of a man who gave too much. You keep the stories, keep the heat, keep the keys you never once returned. I got a whole new ache to meet, and I'm too old now not to learn. I'm done standing in your rain, done letting your storm call my name. I loved you hard, I loved you long, but I can't keep living where the weather went wrong. No more standing in your rain. I'm still yours in memory, not in chain. I ain't saying you're the devil, I'm saying I can't keep praying at the wrong door. If I look back, that's just a habit. If I miss you, that don't make me weak. Love got no business staying stagnant when it turns a man to a shape so thin he squeaks. So I'll take my coat, I'll take my cough, I'll take the names you never said, and I'll walk where the wind cuts off without asking for the storm to shed. I'm done standing in your rain, done letting your storm call my name. I loved you hard, I loved you long, but I can't keep living where the weather went wrong. No more standing in your rain. I'm still yours in memory, not in chain. If you need me, find somebody else's doorstep. the place still lives in me. Crossed that threshold once too many times, with my coat half on and my mind half gone. Now the porch light flickers in my spine like it knows the shape of what went on. The house still knows my steps by heart. The screen door coughs when the wind gets me. I ain't in that room, but I ain't that far. Some debts don't leave when you leave the scene. The house still knows my steps. The floor keeps counting what I left. I walked away, but the echo stayed. Love ain't gone, it just changed shape. The house still knows my steps, and I know now what I kept. Used to think the inn was clean, door shut, line cut, dark behind. But the truth got teeth, and it came for me in the quiet where I left my mind. I ain't asking back what I can't reclaim. I ain't begging fate to circle round. I'm just saying memory ain't a name. It's a room where the living make a sound. The house still knows my steps. The floor keeps counting what I left. I walked away, but the echo stayed. Love ain't gone, it just changed shape. The house still knows my steps, and I know now what I kept. Maybe I was never there to stay. Maybe I was there to learn how to go. Either way, it costs the same. So if you hear me in the hallway creak, or see my shadow in the wet front glass, that ain't romance, that's just a weak part of a man that time can't pass. I don't want the door back open wide. I don't want the old lies dressed as gold. I just want the truth to stand outside and let the rest of it turn cold. The house still knows my steps. The floor keeps count of what I left. I walked away, but the echo stayed. Love ain't gone, it just changed shape. The house still knows my steps, and I know now what I kept. Not a home, not a grave, just a place my name learn away. I see the barber cleaning his station. I see the barber cleaning his station. He's wiping away the day, like it was nothing at all. The steel is bright against the cloth. The steel is bright against the cloth. And I'm just standing here waiting for the sting. That razor's got a heavy edge. That razor's got a heavy edge. Just like the way you left me standing. I walk past the window on the corner. I walk past the window on the corner. The glass is cold and the street is looking mean. I saw your shadow in a different light. I saw your shadow in a different light. But it was just a trick of the morning sun. That razor's got a heavy edge. That razor's got a heavy edge. Just like the way you left me standing. Just like the way you left me standing. The edge is sharp. The edge is sharp. I'm sitting here on these back steps, just sitting here on these back steps, checking this matchbook for a spark that's gone. You said you'd be out when the lights went down. Yeah, you said you'd be out when the lights went down. But the club door's locked and you're nowhere to be found. Don't bother coming back around. Don't bother coming back around. The fire's out and the ashes on the ground. I see your shadow moving near the corner store. I see your shadow moving near the corner store. But you won't look my way through that heavy door. The street is empty and the air is getting thin. The street is empty and the air is getting thin. And I'm tired of waiting for a sin to begin. Don't bother coming back around. ashes on the ground. Paper book. I've got nothing left to burn in this paper book, just the bitter taste of every lie you took. My hands are shaking and my knees feel the cold. My hands are shaking and my knees feel the cold, and I'm too damn old to do what I'm told. Don't bother coming back around. Don't bother coming back around. The fire's out and the ashes on the ground. Match is dead, just dead. Leave it be. Closing time, Lou. I see him wiping that same spot on the wood, wiping that same spot on the wood. Like he could scrub away the things he understood. He's got a bar rag soaked in gin and shame, just a bar rag soaked in gin and shame. And is looking for a way to forget her name. The tab is getting heavy, the glass is running dry. He's just waiting for the sun to light. He don't look at the dirt no more. He don't even look at the floor, just stares at the ring his bottle left behind. He folds that rag into a tight little square, folds that rag into a tight little square, like he's trying to trap the ghost still hanging in the air. The lights are dimming and the street is getting cold. The lights are dimming and the street is getting cold. But he's got a debt that's getting mighty old. The tab is getting heavy. The glass is running dry. He's just waiting for the sun to light. Leave the rag on the counter, Lou. Just leave the rag on the counter. I'm done with the night, and I'm done with you. Closing time, Lou.
I'm scrubbing at this basin, scrubbing at this porcelain basin. The water's running gray and cold, just like the look in your eyes when you left. I see right through me. Yeah, I see right through me. Like a window with a crack in the glass. The grease won't leave this heavy pan. The grease won't leave this heavy pan. I'm staring at the drain, waiting for the man I used to be to come back. I see right through me. Yeah, I see right through me. Like a window with a crack in the glass. The corner store is closing down the street. The landlord's knocking, but I won't move my feet. I'm just a shadow in a rented room, watching the soap suds swirl into the gloom. I see right through me. I see right through me. Like a window with a crack in the glass. Just a crack in the glass. Nothing left to wash, nothing left at all. That freight train rattles my window pane. That freight train rattles my window pane. It's the only thing left making any noise in this rain. Just a heavy kind of quiet. I folded my work shirt, laid it on a chair. I folded my work shirt, laid it on a chair. But I can still see your ghost sitting right there. Just a heavy kind of quiet. The landlord's knocking, but I won't move a limb. The landlord's knocking, but I won't move a limb. The light in this hallway is getting mighty dim. Just a heavy kind of quiet. The tracks keep humming. The tracks keep humming. Just the tracks and the humming. I'm pushing this broom across the concrete grid. Yeah, pushing this broom across the concrete grid. Every bit of dirt I move just shows where you used to sit. The street stays dirty, no matter how sweet. The street stays dirty, no matter how I sweep. Got a heavy debt to a promise I couldn't keep. The shopkeeper's locking up his heavy iron gate. The shopkeeper's locking up his heavy iron gate. He don't even look my way. He says it's getting late. The street stays dirty, no matter how I sweep. The street stays dirty,
heavy debt to a promise I couldn't keep.
My hands are stiff and my back is feeling the strain. The wind comes off the lake and brings a bit of the rain. I see your shadow in the corner of my eye, but it's just a trick of the light and a well-known lie. The street stays dirty no matter how I sweep. Street stays dirty no matter how I sweep.
Got a heavy debt to a promise I couldn't keep.
Just more dust on the curb,
Just more dust on the curb. Nothing left to sweep away. I found this picture tucked beneath my shirt. Yeah, I found this picture tucked beneath my shirt. It's a heavy thing to carry, and it's starting to hurt. I'm folding up the cotton, I'm folding up the lace. I'm folding up the cotton, I'm folding up the lace. Just another piece of paper I can't quite erase. The latch is stiff and the leather is warm.
the latch is stiff and the leather is worn. I'm packing up the pieces
Of a life that's been torn.
Your eyes in this light, they look so bright and clear. Your eyes in this light, they look so bright and clear. But there ain't nothing left for me
To hold on to here. The landlord's waiting, the stairs are getting steep.
The landlord's waiting, the stairs are getting steep. And I got promises to the road that I gotta keep. Oh, the latch is stiff
And the leather is warm.
The latch is stiff and the leather is warm. I'm packing up the pieces
Of a life that's been torn.
The suitcase is heavy, the attic is cold. Just a faded picture
And a story already told. rusted fishing reel.
Rusted reel.
I hold a rusted fishing reel.
Rusted reel.
The salt crusts my skin. The line is frayed and thin. I see a shallow shimmer. I see a shallow shimmer. A broken surface and puddles. Broken
surface.
The weight pulls me down. The cold seeps through my coat.
Through my coat.
The cold seeps through my coat.
Through my coat.
The nylon line snaps tight. The nylon line snaps tight. I feel the heavy drag. I feel the heavy drag. The empty net drags deep.
Drags
deep. The pressure starts to bloom. The south side flicker stains my eyes. The south side flicker stains. Cold drips from the eaves. My skin feels like iron. A salt-crusted bell rings, rings. A salt-crusted bell rings. A rusted, unanswered anchor drags through the mud. My boots strike the grit, strike the grit. My boots strike the grit. A phantom weight follows me. The rhythm hits my chest. A hollow bell tolls, tolls. A hollow bell tolls. The iron chain snaps. The metal bites my hand. My trench coat feels like lead. My trench coat feels like lead. A waterlogged saxophone reed sits still. A waterlogged saxophone reed sits still. The brass mouthpiece has a crack. The brass mouthpiece has a crack. The wipers beat a steady rhythm. The wipers beat a steady rhythm like a metronome. My heart beats a hollow thud. My heart beats a hollow thud out of time. The tempo drags in the mud. The tempo drags in the mud. Hold a fraying cello bow. I hold a fraying cello bow, so frayed. The blue puddles reflect the loop. The blue puddles reflect the loop. Heavy. The concrete presses on my chest. The concrete presses on my chest. Heavy. The weight pulls me down. A cracked metronome skips a beat. A cracked metronome skips a beat, skips. The cold water bites my skin. The cold water bites my skin, bites. The strings snap in the damp. The strings snap in the damp. Snap. The wood begins to rot. boots tread on wet asphalt. Heavy boots. My boots tread on wet asphalt. Heavy boots. The trench coat weighs me down. I feel nothing in my feet. Numb feet. I feel nothing in my feet. Numb feet. The dampness settles in my bones. A dented brass compass sits here, lost direction. A dented brass compass sits here, lost direction. It spins in a shallow puddle. A frayed hemp rope lies nearby. Broken line. A frayed hemp rope lies nearby. Broken line. The salt crust stings my eyes. Cold coffee stains the room. Bitter room. Cold coffee stains the room. Bitter room. A cracked porcelain saucer sits here. The traffic light turns red, turns red. The traffic light turns red, turns red. A rusted tea strainer stays still. The glaze is thick and gray. The glaze is thick and gray. I am a hollow kiln, a broken vessel in the dark. watch the oily puddles swirl, swirl. I watch the oily puddles swirl, swirl, swirl. A rusted, jagged anchor drag below. The heavy iron sinks in grit. The heavy iron sinks in grit. A broken hull rests in mud. The heavy iron sinks in grit. The heavy iron sinks in grit. A salt scent hits my nose. Salt scent. A salt scent hits my nose. Salt scent. A frayed hemp rope snaps tight. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. I feel the sudden, sudden sting. I feel the sudden, sudden sting. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. The frayed hemp rope snaps tight. A muffled trumpet bleeds through walls. Through walls. A muffled trumpet bleeds through walls. Through walls. I clutch a waterlogged saxophone reed. The brass mouthpiece feels dented. The metal tastes like copper. 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 Frantic rhythm, frantic rhythm. Windshield wipers beat a frantic rhythm, frantic rhythm. The brass bell vibrates with tension. The brass bell vibrates with tension. attention. My fingers grip the cold metal. My fingers grip the cold metal. The rhythm breaks my steady pulse. The rhythm breaks my steady pulse. Rain on the block, cash gone cold. 4th Street wind got a story to hold. Left that room with my hat pulled low. One more bad bet and I was out the door. Pocket hit a light when the dealer laughed. I knew that smile was a broken path. Neon water in the gutter lane. My shoes keep time with the freight train rain. I told somebody wait on me. Now the night won't let me be. 4th Street hollow, nothing in my hand, just a wetsuit jacket and a no-good plan. 4th Street hollow, hear my steps go cold. I can't pay back what I sold. She was waiting where the window glows, curtain half drawn, but the whole room knows. I said, baby, tonight was my turn, but a bad man's pride is a hard thing to learn. I leaned on the door like it was a church, trying to pray with a gambler's dirt. The house was quiet, the clock was mean, even the kettle sounded like a warning scream. 4th Street hollow, nothing in my hand, just a wetsuit jacket and a no-good plan. 4th Street hollow, hear my steps go cold. I can't pay back what I sold. A little money lost ain't the worst of it. It's that look she gave me when I walked in. I ain't saying I was born that way, but I let a fool's night steal the day. The rain hit hard, the truth hit harder. I came home broken, a little bit darker. No grand excuse, no saintly tone, just a long walk back to a borrowed home. 4th Street hollow, nothing in my hand, just a wetsuit jacket and a no-good plan. 4th Street hollow, hear my steps go cold. I can't pay back what I sold. 4th Street hollow, let the rain confess. Some debts don't end in money less. 4th Street hollow, rain on stone. I came back empty, but I came back known. house light burning. It don't burn for free. It keeps the whole block honest on 4th and E. I left the lamp on like I always do. Not for the room, for the man I knew. He said he'd be right back before the rain. But midnight came with a broken chain. I heard his foot on the broken walk before his mouth could start to talk. He had that look like he lost a war, and I knew that look from the night before. House light burning, ain't no easy grace. It sees the lies right on your face. House light burning, I kept it on all night. Somebody's gotta hold the light. He tried to laugh, tried to shake the whip, tried to make me think I was not upset. But a woman learns the sound of shame. It don't need shouting, it just needs a name. I took his coat, felt the empty side, felt the missing piece he tried to hide. Not money alone, not just the loss, it was the way he let our promise cross. House light burning, ain't no easy grace. It sees the light your face. House light burning, I kept it on all night. Somebody's gotta hold the light. I don't need perfect, I need present. I need a man who comes home carrying his own truth. Saint, I got my own tears and I make my complaints, but I stayed in the chair by the window glass, because love ain't love if it don't outlast the cheap talk, the rain, the fool's parade, the kind of vows that are half made. When he stood there dripping on my floor, I had to ask what he was coming for. House light burning, ain't no easy grace. It sees the lies right on your face. House light burning, I kept it on all night. Somebody's gotta hold the light. House light burning, if he wants back in, he'd better bring more. Left it on, and I won't apologize. A burning house light tells no lies. He left once, and the whole room leaned in. the dealer with the silver ring. He played my luck like a losing thing. He cut them cards with a barber's hand, and I kept my mouth where a fool might stand. The room got tight when the whiskey passed. Every word I said came out half-assed. He said, boy, you want the truth, sit still. I said, I've been sitting still against my will. That dealer's laugh, cut cleaner than steel, made a broke man's pride look too real. Dealer's laugh on a rainy night told the whole room who lost the fight. I wasn't clean and I won't pretend. I put my last good dime on a crooked end. But don't smile like you never knew how a hungry man gets pulled through. One hand high and the other low, that's how the bad tables make you go. He took my money, took my name, and left me standing in the ash and flame. That dealer's laugh, cut cleaner than steel, made a broke man's pride look too real. Dealer's laugh on a rainy night told the whole room who lost the fight. You don't have to rob a man if he'll hand you his hope. The bartender looked away, he knew my kind. Same hard luck, just different line. I wanted swing, I wanted sin, I wanted the floor to split open in. But all I got was that ugly sound, a man being small in a big time town. That dealer's laugh, cut cleaner than steel, made a broke man's pride look too real. Dealer's laugh on a rainy night told the whole room who lost the fight. Dealer's laugh, I hear it still, like a joke with a deadly bill. Laugh on, man, I know that grin. It's the sound of a fool folding in. Borrowed bed, too much room for one. I sat on the edge and heard the pipes moan. That little room never felt so alone. My shirt's still wet from the street outside. my mouth full of all the things I like. I said I was lucky, I said I was hard, but a broke man's truth lives in the scar. The bed was mine, and it wasn't mine. Same old story at the end of the line. Borrowed bed, borrowed breath. I keep waking up beside my own regret. Borrowed bed, don't look so wide. A guilty man can't sleep inside. I reach for her like a man in need, but need ain't pretty when it starts to bleed. She didn't move, just let me feel how a cold hand falls on a bad man's deal. I wanted mercy with no account, wanted love to erase the amount, but every kiss I took came back like a heart spun dead in a paper sack. Borrowed bed, borrowed breath. I keep waking up beside my own regret. Borrowed bed, don't look so wide. A guilty man can't sleep inside. Don't tell me it's okay. Tell me if I'm still the man you touched. That's the shame I can't outrun. I don't feel the dark, I feel what I've done. I don't feel the rain, I feel the door closing soft on a love that's so. If I stay here, I got a face, I can't live on charm or a lucky face. Borrowed bed, borrowed breath. I keep waking up beside my own regret. Borrowed bed, don't look so wide. A guilty man can't sleep inside. Borrowed bed, if she stays awake, she hears the truth my hands can't fake. No clean sleep, no easy plea, just this mattress and the man in me. Back when the record spun and the glasses rang, we made a vow to the second-hand band. You wore a red coat over the rain, said your last man left you with the chain. I said I ain't him, not if I can help. You said big talk from a lonely self. We laughed light. The cook was humming, the floorboards tired, and I got hooked on the way you smiled. That jelly roll promise, sweet on the tongue, burn like sugar where it first begun. Jelly roll promise, old and true. Now every bite of it comes back to you. We said forever like it cost no fare, like the weather outside was the only care. But forever gets mean when the rent comes due, and love ain't clean when it's lived right through. Your hand in mine was a lucky charm until the world got cold and the luck turned harm. I still hear that laugh in a smoky room, but for the bills and the bruise and the gloom, that jelly roll promise, sweet on the tongue, burn like sugar where it first begun. Jelly roll promise, old and true. Now every bite of it comes back to you. We didn't lie on purpose. We just didn't know the size of the night. I don't curse the start, I can't do that. It was the only one we had. But what we've made in the glow of that bar has to live now with the world as it are. A promise is easy before it's tested, then the heart gets leased and the pride gets bested. That jelly roll promise, sweet on the tongue, burn like sugar where it first begun. Jelly roll promise, old and true. Now every bite of it comes back to you. Oh, jelly roll promise, can't wash it away. Some vows get hungry every day. We said what we said in the smoke and sound. Now that old promise just walks us down. No more spare change, no more borrowed air. Come round here with your hat in hand, like I owe you something I never planned. You got that soft talk, the tired grin, same old racket, same old sin. You say the rain made you weak tonight, but I seen you strong enough to start the fight. I ain't your bank, I ain't your cure, I ain't the door you knock on shore. No more spare change, no more midnight please. I got to keep a little left for me. No more spare change, don't come round and pray. I've been paying for your yesterday. I used to think love meant cover and hold. Used to let you spin my warm for cold. But every time you called my name, it sounded like a hand reaching for blame. You lose your way, you lose your line, then you make my kitchen your confessional shrine. Not tonight, baby, not this time. I learned that kindness can be a lie. No more spare change, no more midnight please. I got to keep a little left for me. No more spare change, don't come round and pray. I've been paying for your yesterday. A love that only takes is a thief with a hymn. So walk your block and feel your rain. Carry your bruises home again. If you want my door, come honest and clean. Not with pockets empty and eyes too mean. I ain't cruel, I am through. There's a difference that a fool should know too. No more spare change, no more midnight please. I got to keep a little left for me. No more spare change, don't come round and pray. I've been paying for your yesterday. No more spare change, hear me play. I won't buy my own heartbreak again. This hand stays closed, this house stays mine. Rain under my collar, trouble in my shoe. I walk past the pool hall, past the fried fish place. Every window gave me my own hard face. Rain under my collar, salt in my breath. A small town sinner in a city of theft. The church door closed, the tavern stayed bright. I picked the dark like a man picks a fight. My hands kept shaking, not from cold, but from the story that they already told. Rain under my collar, can't shake it dry. It's the kind of truth that don't ask why. Rain under my collar, skin to bone. A man can get wet and still walk home alone. I tried to laugh at my own bad name, tried to drink it off, same old game. The bottle didn't help, it just made clear how loud a guilty thought can hear. I saw a young fool at the corner light, lying to himself with a polished ride. I wanted to warn him, but I knew too well a man don't listen till he tastes the well. Rain under my collar, can't shake it dry. It's rain ain't the problem. It's what it washes up.
I got a heart that still wants to be understood, but understanding ain't forgiveness, no sir. Not when the same old wound still stirs. So I keep moving while the streets keep score. One more block, then one block more. Remembers the shame under my collar. Rain and blame.
I worked it hard, but hard don't cover all. I've been carrying bricks, carrying shame, carrying somebody else's name. I thought a good day's work could square the books, thought sweat could wash away the looks. But the ledger don't care how a man gets thin. It writes down what he lost within. A bad bet took my pockets clean, but that ain't the only hole I've seen. Debt can't sweat, can't earn it back. Some holes stay open in the black. Debt can't sweat, no matter how I try. There's a bill in the heart that labor can't buy. I used to call it luck, used to call it fate, used to blame the rain and the swinging gate. Now I see the deeper line. A broken vow is its own crime. You can clock out tired, you can bleed all day, still one hard truth won't go away. Somebody trusted me and I crossed that line. Now I own the echo as well as the time. Debt can't sweat, can't earn it back. Some holes stay open in the black. Debt can't sweat, no matter how I try. There's a bill in the heart that labor can't buy. I ain't looking for a clean slate, I want a true one. So I stand in the door when the morning comes, hear the trucks roll and the factory drums. My hands are rough, my voice is too, but I know now what I can't undo. If I love again, I won't call it cheap. If I stay where the debt runs deep. No sweet ending, no saintly claim. Some holes stay open in the black deck. Can't sweat no matter how I try. There's a bill in the heart that labor can't buy. Debt can't sweat, but I can stand with empty pockets in an honest hand. Work won't save what truth exposed, but it can keep a broken man close to the road.
My leather boot feels heavy, so heavy. My leather boot feels heavy, so heavy. The trench coat drags the ground, oil slicks coat the pavement. Dripping from a rusted grave, dripping from rusted grave. The heavyweight stays, the heavyweight stays. The engine hums a low note, low note. The engine hums a low note, low note. The gears grind in the dark, the metal pipes leak rust. The engine hums a low note, low note. The engine hums a low note, low note. The noise highs the hollow, the noise highs the hollow. walk past the blue light, blue light. I walk past the blue light, blue light. My heavy coat feels like lead. The ozone smells like burnt wire. A puddle holds a distorted image, distorted image. A puddle holds a distorted image, distorted image. The pavement hums with low frequency. The pavement hums with low frequency. The signal starts to decay, decay. The signal starts to decay, decay. This hollow chest is uncompressed. A cracked vinyl record skips, it skips. A cracked vinyl record skips, skips. The numbness loses its high fidelity. The numbness loses its high fidelity. I feel the heavy bass drop. My trench coat feels heavy. So heavy. My trench coat feels heavy. So heavy. The diner sign blinks blue. Cold water hits my neck. The diner sign blinks blue. The diner sign blinks blue. A chipped teaspoon rests. A chipped teaspoon rests. Jazz note his heart hits hard. A jazz note hits hard hits hard. Porcelain saucer cracks, a jagged white line spread. The porcelain saucer cracks, the porcelain saucer cracks. Sharp edges cut my thumb. Sharp edges cut my thumb. I found a rusted reed, so warm, warm. I found a rusted reed, so warm, warm. Water clogs the bell, the mouthpiece cracks wide. The mouthpiece cracks wide, so wide. A dented brass rim, the valves stick tight, the valves stick tight tonight. holds cold sludge, so cold. The bell holds cold sludge, so cold. A heavy brass weight, the keys feel still, the keys feel still, so still. The metal tastes bitter, the metal tastes bitter, so the mouthpiece breaks apart. I find a waterlogged barrel, so heavy. I find a waterlogged bone, so heavy. The horsehair snaps in two, a rusted tuning peg slips, stays loose. A rusted tuning peg slips, stays. Wood begins to rot, I watch the silver fray slowly. I watch the silver fray The dampness eats the varnish deep. The dampness eats the varnish deep. The hollow body cracks. I feel the splintered wood sharp. I feel the splintered wood sharp. The resonance fades away. The rhythm breaks apart dead. The rhythm breaks apart dead. I stir a congealed pool, cold cream. I stir a congealed pool, cold cream. The porcelain saucer has a crack. The porcelain saucer has a crack. The diner floor feels numb. The diner floor feels numb. My nerves feel stripped bare, stripped bare. My nerves feel stripped bare. A mint sand hits me so sharp. A mint sand hits me so sharp. The enamel of my memory breaks. The enamel of my memory breaks. Metal tray scrapes the table. The metal tray scrapes the table. I feel the sudden drill. I feel the sudden drill. A touch of cracked porcelain saucer, a touch of cracked porcelain saucer, so cold. The campfire died long ago. The glaze chips under my thumb. The glaze chips under my thumb, so thin. rusted tuning fork ring, a rusted tuning fork ring, hollow. The clay turns into dust. The heavy rhythm starts to ache. The heavy rhythm starts to ache inside. My heartbeat hits the floor. My heartbeat hits the floor. Hollow. I see the jagged edges. I see the jagged edges. Sharp. The shards cut through the dark. My trench coat weighs a ton, heavyweight. This trench coat weighs a ton, heavyweight. I stand under this metal edge. The damp air tastes like rust. I feel the heavy dampness. I feel the heavy dampness. A rusted, jagged anchor drags me down. I find a frayed rope tangled tight. I find a frayed rope tangled tight. A broken hull sits in the gutter. A broken hull sits in the gutter. A salt-stained scrap hits my boot. A salt-stained scrap hits my boots. The son of old brownstings, the son of old brownstings.
The gate is cold and the sky is gray. Steam off the grates like a ghost of the day. I got my lunchbox empty and my gloves in my hand. Used to walk through that gate like a working man. Now the chain stays up and the guard don't know my name. 5 a.m. on the south side, still smelling like flame. I can hear the old line rattling in my head. Men cussing in the dark, chasing one more bread. My coffee gone bitter, my cigarettes gone thin. The city took the shift and the rush rolled in. I kept my pride on like a jacket in the rain. But pride don't pay a light bill, pride don't ease the strain. 5 a.m. at the gate, and I ain't on the list. 5 a.m. at the gate, got a paycheck like this. Small enough to fold, hard enough to break. I'm standing here sober with a shiver in my back. 5 a.m. at the gate, Lord, listen to me say, a man can lose his job and still show up this way. My old woman asked me what I seen out there. I said the same old smoke and a whole lot of air. She don't need my sermon, she needs the rent. She needs a hard-headed man who knows where it went. I seen my foreman laugh with his hat pulled low. Said, brother, this town don't pay what it used to owe. I said, then keep your laugh, keep your shoes, keep your key. Cause the last thing I got ain't for you, it's for me. I keep my back straight when the neighbors walk by, but the truth sits in my pocket with a hollow-eyed lie. 5 a.m. at the gate, and I ain't on the list. 5 a.m. at the gate, got a paycheck like this. Small enough to fold, hard enough to break. I'm standing here sober with a shiver in my back. 5 a.m. at the gate, Lord, listen to me say, a man can lose his job and still show up this way. I don't miss the noise, I miss being needed. I miss coming home with metal on my boots and something in my hands that felt like the future. Now the yard dogs sleep, in the morning won't move. I got a city in my shoulders and nothing to prove, except I can still stand it, jaw set tight. Still hear that old bell ringing in the black blue light. Maybe tomorrow I find a longer line. Maybe tomorrow the luck gets kinder to a man like mine. Till then I smoke this dawn and I watch that gate, like a dog watches dinner through a chain link cage. 5 a.m. at the gate, and I ain't on the list. 5 a.m. at the gate, got a paycheck like this, small enough to fold, hard enough to break. But I ain't done living just because I got laid. 5 a.m. at the gate, with the rust in my name. I was built for the hammer, not the shame. The gate stays shut, the sky stays low, but my shadow still knows where to go.
Bills on the linoleum, light above the sink. Ain't no romance in the way that people think. He came in smelling like cold steel and gin, dropped his hat by the door, wouldn't look at me then. I seen that check stub folded in his coat, smaller than his temper, smaller than his hole. I don't need his speeches, I can read his face. Every crease in his mouth got a dead in its place. He says he gotta hustle, says he'll make it right, but the landlord don't take hustle on the first of the night. Put the rent on the kitchen table, put the truth where I can see. Don't call it love if you can't count it. Don't call it strong if it won't feed me. Put the rent on the kitchen table, and don't you stare at the wall. I've been holding this house together while your pride been taken off. I ironed his shirt for Monday, I patched his sleeve. I learned how a woman waits and what she learns to believe. He thinks I want a hero, some clean silver saint. I want the lights to stay on in the sink, not to rain. I want meat in the pan, I want shoes that fit, I want one honest answer when I ask what it is. He says, baby, don't start, I had a rough one too. I say every rough one lands right here with you. I'm not your judge, I'm not your chain, but I am the one who feels this strain. Put the rent on the kitchen table, put the truth where I can see. Don't call it love if you can't count it. Don't call it strong if it won't feed me. Put the rent on the kitchen table, and don't you stare at the wall. I've been holding this house together while your pride been taken off. You can be broke and still be honest. You can be broke and still be mine. But if you keep lying with that shame in your mouth, I'll hear it louder than the train. I ain't leaving 'cause I stopped caring tonight. I'm just tired of the same old fight. If he wants my hand, he better bring his name and tell the whole truth, not the weather, not to blame. I love a wounded man, I know that part too well, but I don't live on promises, I live where the bills don't fail. So when he comes around with his eyes so low, I let him in slow, but I let him know won't carry on. Bills on the linoleum, light above the sink. Ain't no easy love in the way we think.
Cheap gin in a short glass, truth in a long stare. I walked in broken and I walked out loud. Had a mean little grin for the whole damn crowd. My buddy said, sit down, man, save your tongue. But the gin hit fast and my shame hit young. There's a table in the corner where my name got tossed by a woman with red nails and a laugh like frost. She said, you still act rich when the money runs thin. I said, baby, I act like a man who's been cheap gin and loose tea. That's the trouble I bring. Cheap gin and loose tea and a heart on a string. I don't need your pity, don't you tap my pride. If I fall down drunk, I was halfway there inside. Cheap gin and loose tea cut clean through my talk. What the city took from me, the bottle may walk. The jukebox coughed and the room went still. I saw my own reflection in a cracked old spill. My hands got shaky when I heard her say, you ain't that hard, you just talk that way. That one line landed like a pipe to the jaw, made me think of my old man in the same damn law. You get broke, get mean, get laughed at slow, then you swallow enough shame till you don't let it show. I was trying to be a king in a dollar store crown, but the whole damn room could hear me going down. Cheap gin and loose tea, that's the trouble I bring. Cheap gin and loose tea, cheap gin and loose tea, and a heart on a string. I don't need your pity, don't you tap my pride. If I fall down drunk, I was halfway there inside. Cheap gin and loose tea cut clean through my tub. What the city took from me, the bottle made walk. Don't look at me like I came here to beg. I came here to forget what I can't unmake. Then the room got smaller and my temper got wide. I heard my woman outside and I heard my hide. I could've walked home, could've kept my name, but I stayed in the fire just to feed the flame. Now my lip tastes metal, now my jacket stained. Now I got a story that I can't explain. If you see me tomorrow with my head hung low, you'll know the gin won and I already know. Cheap gin and loose tea, that's the trouble I bring. Cheap gin and loose tea, cheap gin and loose tea, and a heart on a string. I don't need your pity, don't you tap my
the fight, before I left the fight.
Little eyes see more than men confess. He asked me why my work boots stay by the door, why mama talks soft when she counts the floor, why my hands look black when the day been clean, why the fridge sounds hollow when it ought to mean. I told him some grown folks carry what they can, but he looked at me steady like a little old man. He touched my knuckle, said, "Is that from the job?" I said, "Partly, boy," and my voice went soft. My boy saw the rust on my hands. My boy saw the rust in my plans. He didn't ask me to be a hero, no, he just wanted me to tell him true. My boy saw the rust on my hands, and I seen my own life through. I used to think a father was a wall of stone. Now I know a father is a man coming home with the weather on his shoulders and the shame in his head, trying to make a little light out of nothing said. My boy found my pay stub in the cereal tin, saw the numbers shrink and the trouble I'm in. He said, "You're gonna lose the house just like that," and I had to breathe before I answered back. What do you tell a child when the truth is thin? And every honest answer feels like letting him in. My boy saw the rust on my hands. My boy saw the rust in my plans. He didn't ask me to be a hero, no, he just wanted me to tell him true. My boy saw the rust on my hands, and I seen my own life through. I wanted to teach him strength, he learned restraint instead. I wanted to give him a future, he got my fear, he got my faith. So I knelt down low where the light hit plain, told him rust don't mean the whole thing's gone to stain. Told him metal can bend and still hold a load. Told him men can break and still find the road. He didn't smile, but he squeezed my wrist like he knew the shape of the truth in this. Then he ran off laughing to the back porch line, and I sat there quiet with the warning sign. My boy saw the rust on my hands. My boy saw the rust in my plans. He didn't ask me to be a hero, no, he just wanted me to tell him true. My boy saw the rust on my hands, and I seen my own life through. Little feet on the floor, old man in the chair, rust in the blood, but somebody cares. I know better still come back. You got a key I never asked back. You gotta look like a broken track. Every time you say my name slow, I forget the debts I know. You don't love me clean, I don't love you neat. We've been dragging this trouble down the same old street. You smoke my peace and I drink your rain. Then we both call it love to hide the pain. You still wear my last bad habit, like a ring I won't take off. You still wear my last bad habit, and it cost me more than it all. I say I'm done, you say come on home. Then I leave my pride where the streetlights roam. You still wear my last bad habit, and I keep paying off. You know the room where my nerves go thin. You know the place where the lies sink in. You know the sound my voice gets when I break. You know I come apart for your sake. I seen you laugh with another man, then watch me burn like you planned. I should walk away, should shut that door, but I don't want peace like I want no more. A decent man might call it quits, but I've been known to live for lesser twists. You still wear my last bad habit, like a ring I won't take off. You still wear my last bad habit, and it cost me more than it all. Then I leave my pride where the streetlights roam. You still wear my last bad habit, and I keep paying on. If you told me tonight to stay, I'd hate you in the morning. If you told me to go, I'd still ask why. That's how far gone I am. You ain't my saint, I ain't your cure. We just keep reopening what ain't pure. Still, when you touch my sleeve in that barroom light, I feel like a man for one more night. That ain't love the church will bless, that's need dressed up in Sunday dress. And I can hear the devil laughing low every time I say I ought to go. Like a ring I won't take off. Oh, oh, you still wear my last bad habit, and it cost me more than it all. I say I'm done, you say come on home. Then I leave my pride where the streetlights roll. And I keep paying off. I know better, I still come back. Same bar, different excuse. The bartender knows who got cut and who got paid, knows who leaves early and who stays brave, knows the shift talk, knows the lie and the smile, knows a man can drown in a $10 pile. By the pool table they were swapping news about hours lost and the shoes to lose. One man said work ain't work if it don't still feed. Another said, boy, we're all just counting needs. No payroll, no mercy, no mercy, no sleep. You can't drink on a promise, you can't pray on the weed. No payroll, no mercy, and the night don't bend. When the work gets smaller, the hunger don't end. A woman in the corner had a coat on her lap, said her second job quit and she ain't going back. A rail man bragged about a union line, but his own kid's shoes had a split front line. The jukebox sang low, the ashtray filled a whole room of people just trying to stay still. I heard my own name in another man's shame. Same kind of hunger, different kind of name. A city like this don't ask what you dreamed, it asks what you owe and how fast you can leave. No payroll, no mercy, no mercy, no sleep. You can't drink on a promise, you can't pray on the weed. No payroll, no mercy, and the night don't bend. When the work gets smaller, the hunger don't end. Everybody in here got a story. Most of them just ain't paid yet. The last call came like a nail in wood. Some folks laughed cause they still could. Some folks stared at the floor where the prices rose, and the shame stayed sharp in their winter clothes. I tipped the glass, I looked around, saw the whole damn city in a one-room sound. Nothing clean, nothing grand, nothing fair, just people trying not to vanish in the air. No payroll, no mercy, no mercy, no sleep. You can't drink on a promise, you can't pray on the weed. No payroll, no mercy, don't bend. When the work gets smaller, the hunger don't end. Lights out, stools up, sky turning gray. Same old mercy, never came this way. Don't wash a thing clean. It just shows you what you did. I came in quiet with my shoes in my hand. Thought I'd make the floor forgive what it can't understand. She was sitting by the window, coffee gone cold. She didn't turn fast, but her silence told. I said, I know I came back wrong. She said, you came back late and you stayed too long. I said, I can fix this, give me till the sun. She laughed one time like the damage was done. You can't fix this at dawn when the night's still on your breath. You can't fix this at dawn with the same old kind of step. If you want this house to hold, you better tell me what
what is true, 'cause a promise ain't a hammer, and I won't build on you. I told her about the bar, the mouth I lost, the way a broken man's pride can keep a running cost. I told her about the shame I couldn't name, how every little failure wore my face the same. She listened like a judge and a nurse and a friend, like somebody who knows where mercy ends. Then she said, I don't need your story tonight. I need a man who can stand in the light. There's a difference between regret and repair. One makes noise, one stays there. You can't fix this at dawn when the night's still on your breath. You can't fix this at dawn with the same old kind of step. If you want this house to hold, you better tell me what is true, 'cause a promise ain't a hammer, and I won't build on you. I'm not asking to be forgiven quick. I'm asking if you can still look at me. She put the cup down, stood up slow, said the hurt don't leave just because the street gets gold. I saw my own face in the hallway glass, a man too late and too full of gas. So I took my coat off, set my hands down bare. No charm left, no excuses there. If I stay, it's not to win, it's to learn how to live where I've been. You can't fix this at dawn when the night's still on your breath. You can't fix this at dawn with the same old kind of step. If you want this house to hold, you better tell me what is true, 'cause a promise ain't a hammer, and I won't build on you. Don't wash a thing clean. It just shows you what you did. Still don't forget the hand that shaped it. Rust don't ask permission. Morning on the south side, got a blade edge light, shows every crack in the frame just right. The gate's still shut and the street's still raw, but I know what I lost and I know what I saw. A paycheck shrank, but the promise bent, a hungry house in a busty tent. Yet I am not just the hour I fell, I'm the man that kept walking through hell. Rust stays, still remembers, that's the truth of my name. Rust stays, still remember, ain't the same as being tame. father with his lunch pail lit. Never said much, but he knew what he did. I remember my woman with the rent on her face, the way she loved me and still kept her place. I remember my boy and his little heart stare, like he found my weakness and still stood there. I remember the bar, the gym, the noise, the way a shameful room can swallow boys. Don't call it victory, don't call it grace, call it the scar that won't leave this place. Rusty still remembers, that's the truth of my name. Rusty still remembers, ain't the same as being tame. And I remember too. I don't get washed clean, I get honest. I don't get young again, I get real. Keep its cold gray bite, let the bills keep coming by 5 a.m. light. I got a voice that got work to grain, I got enough love to outlast pain. Not soft, not pure, not free of stain, but still here, still mine, still standing in rain. The old world rusted, the new one lied, but something in me never left the line. Rusty still remembers, that's the truth of my name. Rusty still remembers, ain't the same as being tame. Oh, you can't cut the shine from a working hand, you can't cut the bend from a living man. Rusty still remembers, and I remember too. Still don't forget the hand that shaped it. Rust don't ask permission, I came through anyway.
I'm standing by the corner shop, I'm standing by the corner shop, holding this crumpled pay envelope, and my hands won't stop their shake. The grocery man won't look my way. The grocery man won't look my way. He sees the empty space you left behind. I see your shadow in the glass, I see your shadow in the glass, but it's just the street lamp on the wet pavement. The grocery man my way. The grocery man won't look my way. He sees the empty space you left behind. I tried to buy the things you like, the coffee and the heavy cream, but the clerk just pointed at the door like I'm a ghost in my own street. The grocery man won't look my way. The grocery man won't look my way. He sees the empty space you left behind. Just an empty space. Just an empty space. Walking home alone. These work boots weigh 100 pounds. These work boots weigh 100 pounds. And the hallway floor is the only thing that's found me. I can't shake the dust from my skin, no. No, I can't shake the dust from my skin. The landlord's knock is where the trouble begins. I see your face in the cracked hallway glass. I see your face in the cracked hallway glass. But I just keep walking, letting the heavy hours pass. The rent is due and the radiator's dead. Dead, just like every word that she ever said. My knees are stiff and my hands are stained. My knees are stiff and my hands are stained. Counting up the losses and the things that remain. I can't shake the dust from my skin, no. No, I can't shake the dust from my skin. The landlord's knock is where the trouble begins. Just the boots and the floor. Just the boots and the floor. Nothing left to knock upon the door. across the floor. The landlord's shadow is long across the floor, and he don't look at me like he used to before. The rail line keeps rattling the window pane. The rail line keeps rattling the window pane. Everything I touch is starting to show the stain. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin, and I can't find a way to stop the leaking. I found your earring by the radiator heat. I found your earring by the radiator heat. Now the room feels bitter, and the air feels cheap. The rent man's coming when the sun goes down. The rent man's coming when the sun goes down. I'm just a ghost in a dying part of town. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin, and I can't find a way to stop the leaking. I tried to patch the leak with a piece of old rag. I tried to patch the leak with a piece of old rag, but the water's still rising, and my spirit starts to sag. My hands are shaking and my knees are feeling old. My hands are shaking and my knees are feeling old. And this room is getting much too heavy to hold. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin. I'm staring at a cracked ceramic basin, and I can't find a way to stop the leaking. The water's at the door. The water's at the door. The water's at the door. Just like you. You can wipe that counter all night, Lou, it ain't gonna change much. I see you wiping that same spot on the wood. Yeah, you're wiping that same spot on the wood, just like you're trying to scrub away the good. The lights are going down. The lights are going down. And I'm the only ghost left in this town. That damp rag in your hand is turning gray, just like the way you look at the door. Like you're waiting for a word she won't say. I saw a name on a matchbook in your coat. I saw a name on a matchbook in your coat. Now you're just sitting here, barely afloat. The lights are going down. The lights are going down. And I'm the only ghost left in this town. The lights are going down. And I'm the only ghost left in this town. I found this matchbook on the back step. I found this matchbook on the back step. It's torn right down the middle, just like your word. I saw you leaning by the kitchen door. I saw you leaning by the kitchen door. You didn't even look my way as you walked across the floor. You can keep your excuses. You can keep your excuses. The rent is due, and the truth is plain. The street lamp is buzzing overhead. The street lamp is buzzing overhead. It's a heavy kind of quiet, like something already dead. I checked the names inside this little book. I checked the names inside this little book. Every name is crossed out, just like the way you look. You can keep your excuses. You can keep your excuses. The rent is due, and the truth is plain. Shaking from the cold and the lie. My hands are shaking from the cold and the lie. I'm tired of watching every good thing die. You can keep your excuses. You can keep your excuses. The rent is due, and the truth is plain. Just a torn piece of paper. Just a torn piece of paper. Nothing left to burn. Pushing dust toward the corner. I'm pushing dust toward the corner. The broom is warm, and the floor is just as hard. The bristles are breaking on the linoleum. The bristles are breaking on the linoleum, just like everything we tried to keep together. The sink is full of nothing. The sink is full of nothing. Just a drip of the tap and the weight of the quiet. I see your coffee ring on the counter. I see your coffee ring on the counter. It's a stubborn stain that won't wash away. The landlord's shadow is on the street. The landlord's shadow is on the street. He's looking for the rent I haven't found. The sink is full of nothing. The sink is nothing. Just the drip of the tap and the weight of the quiet. from the cold water. My hands are stiff from the cold water. The soap is gone and the basin is bone dry. I'm sweeping up the bits of what we left. I'm sweeping up the bits of what we left. Even the grit feels like a heavy debt. The sink is full of nothing. The sink is nothing, just the drip of the tap and the weight of the quiet. The bristles are breaking. The bristles are breaking. Just the grit and the dust. Pull this cap down low. I pull this cap down low. Trying to hide the way my eyes look old. The shopkeeper looks right through the brim. The shopkeeper looks right through the brim. He sees the ghost of her in every grin. It's written on my face. Yeah, it's written on my face. Every neighbor on this block knows my disgrace. Sitting on this concrete step, just sitting on this concrete step, counting all the promises I couldn't keep. My hands are shaking in my pockets now. My hands are shaking in my pockets now. And the landlord's watching me, wondering how. It's written on my face. Yeah, it's written on my face. Every neighbor on this block knows my disgrace. The stain on this brim is from a Tuesday night. The stain on this brim is from a Tuesday night, when I sat in the dark and gave up the fight. Now the streetlights catch the shame I try to hide. Now the streetlights catch the shame I try to hide. Corner left for me to slide. It's written on my face. Yeah, it's written on my face. Every neighbor on this block knows my disgrace. Just a man on a stoop. Just a man on a stoop, with nothing left to prove. That window fan is spinning slow. That window fan is spinning slow. It just moves the heat from side to side. The street is quiet, the street is still. The street is quiet, the street is still. And I'm sitting here against my will. The room is far too wide. The room is far too wide. And there ain't no place left to hide. I see the neighbor pulling in his car. I see the neighbor pulling in his car. He don't even look up toward my bar. The street lamp flickers on the edge of the lane. The street lamp flickers on the edge of the lane. Just another night of the same old stain. The room is far too wide. They're even wider when you're gone. And the night just drags on and on. 'cause just moving the dust around. Just moving the dust around. Nothing left to be found. Three in the morning, iron in the air. I know that street like a prayer. I can't finish. The factory lights went out one row at a time. I was last man left with grease on my mind. Bus stop empty, storefront glass cold black. Every step I take feels like a debt coming back. My boots drag sparks off the cracked up line. I hear my own breath in the steam vent climb. I got a folded paycheck and a pocket full of shame. And the woman at home knows my middle name. Boss called me out with a whole crew hurt. Said I'm late with the truth and I'm thin on my word. I
kept my face straight, I kept my jaw tight, but I felt that shame like a bulb too bright. I used to come in hard, used to stand up tall. Now I count my steps by the shadow on the wall. If she's still awake when I turn that key, she won't ask for heaven, just a man in me. 3 a.m. on the line, I'm still coming in, heavy as a chain and too proud to bend. If I make it home, don't call it grace, call it one more night I kept my place. 3 a.m. on the line, hear my work boots sound. I'm a broke down promise, still walking downtown. Neon flickers on a barbershop sign, looks like a warning on the edge of my mind. I thought I was strong till the dark got deep. Now the ghost in the window don't let me sleep. She left the porch light on, I know that glow, like she's saying, come on, don't make me know how close a man can get to the gutter door and still want one good reason to come back for more. I'm not clean, I'm not new, I'm not proud of what I do, but I'm still here, still taking this pain, still walking that road in the cold and rain. 3 a.m. on the line, I'm still coming in, heavy as a chain and too proud to bend. If I make it home, let the whole block know I came back dirty, but I came back slow. 3 a.m. on the line, hear my work boots sound. I'm a broke down promise, still walking downtown. Doors locked, lights on. I'm home enough to tell the truth. Stamp red, seen by everybody. The rent slip came with a red edge line, like somebody signed my name in wine. Like company threat and a store card note, same old paper with a noose in the throat. At the plant they passed that warning around. Half the men looked up, then looked back down. I took that hit where the coffee pots stand, and I still had to shake the foreman's hand. He said, you want hours, better act like time, like my life was a clock and the clock was mine. Everybody heard it, the room went still. My face got hot, but I swallowed the bill. On the way out, I laughed like a fool. That kind of laugh don't make nobody cool. It only means a man got cut too deep, and he's trying not to show it when he can't keep sleep. Red stamped envelope lying on my table, telling me my pride ain't very stable. One more line and I'm underwater. One more look and I come home shorter. Red stamped envelope, little paper knife, cutting through the parts I used to call my life. picked it up without saying a word. Read my ruin like a song she's heard. I wanted to snatch it, wanted to bark, but you can't hide daylight once it sparks. She asked me quiet, how bad is it now? I said, bad enough, that's a kind of vow. Not to tell the whole truth, just enough to stay. Not to run from the room, not to fade away. I don't fear the dead, I fear the look on her face when she knows it owns the room. Red stamped envelope lying on my table, telling me my pride ain't very stable. One more line and I'm underwater. One more look and I come home shorter. Red stamped envelope, little paper knife, cutting through the parts I used to call my life. Stamp red, seen by everybody, seen by me too.
She knows the door code. She knows the way I lie. She hears the key before it finds the slot. Knows if I've been drinking or I got what I got. I hate that she can tell by my coat and my pace, like she's reading weather on my face. I say I'm tired, she says no, you're split. And that kind of knowing don't let a man quit. She don't need my story, she knows the drift. She knows which excuse I give when I can't lift. She got my old badge, my keys, my lies. She can pull truth out with just her eyes. I used to call that love when it felt like a chain. Now I call it mercy with a bad back pain. She stands by the sink, I stand by the wall. Two tired people hearing one bell call. If she'd leave me blind, I'd probably drown. If she keeps looking, I'm gonna sit down. She knows my door code, she knows my name, knows when I'm sober and when I'm to blame. I can't fake a smile, I can't fake a night. She reads my silence like a flashing light. She knows my door code, I let her in. That's where the trouble and the mercy begin. I tried one time to keep my mouth shut tight. She came in anyway and turned on the light. Saw the bottle on the sink, saw the tear in my shirt. Saw a man so tired he was scared of hurt. I wanted to swing, I wanted to run, but my own bad temper had already won. So I sat there ugly in my work-worn skin and let her be the one who wouldn't give in. Don't call it trust, don't call it clean, call it too hard people
the same machine. She knows my door code, she knows my name, knows when I'm sober and when I'm to blame. I can't fake a smile, I can't fake a night. She reads my silence like a flashing light. She knows my door code. I let her in. That's where the trouble and the mercy begin. Door code, truth code, same thing tonight. Say it again. Say my name right. Say my name right. He called me out with a hard men drink. Said I was slow as rust and thin as ink. I heard that line roll through my bones. Walked to the bar with a face of stone. Now the stool creaks, the bottle sweats, and I'm not done with the favors yet. I got a bruised up pride and a hot red throat. One bad speech and I might revolt. They say a man ought to take his load, but there's a part where the load unloads. I kept my work, I kept my cool, till he made a joke and I played the fool. So I told the room what he told me. Watched them all look like they could see. Some laughed low, some stared at the floor. One old cat said, that's how war started in this door. Foreman said my name like I wasn't there. Now my whiskey's loud and my temper's bare. Foreman said my name, I heard it plain. Made a working man feel his own shame. Foreman said my name, now the whole bar knows how close a proud man gets to the lowest road. I don't need pity, I don't need cheer. I need one clean hour and another beer. I need my hands steady, I need my head. I need that line in my blood unsaid. But the room keeps humming that bad old tune. Every glass on the shelf sounds like noon. When a man gets clipped in front of the crowd, he starts talking mean just to stand up proud. I ain't your lesson, I ain't your joke. I'm the mouth that bites when the chain gets broke. Hey! Foreman said my name like I wasn't there. Now my whiskey's loud and my temper's bare. Foreman said my name, I heard it plain. Made a working man feel his own shame. Foreman said my name, now the whole bar knows how close a proud man gets to the lowest road. He said my name. Say my name right.
Last train. Nobody left to impress.
By the blue line stair, cold wind cutting through my work shirt there. One plastic cup and a paper napkin ring. That's all the choir a broke man brings. The tracks kept singing under my feet, like they knew every lie I'd greet. I tried to text, then I shut that phone. Some nights a man ought to leave well alone. The woman I love don't answer fast, and I keep making a future out of the past. I see her face in the train glass blur. I hear my own voice and I don't like her. That joke I made, that hard little grin, did more damage than I can put back in. A man can lose his home in a minute or two when he thinks being tough is what he's supposed to do. Table for one at the blue line station. No fine meal, just a hard situation. I'm eating my pride with a cold thin grin, waiting on a night that won't let me in. Table for one, don't call it rest. It's just a lonely seat inside my chest. The conductor looked past me, not through me, like he'd seen enough of what men do to be free. I rubbed my face, felt the stubble and rain, thought about the hands that can't hold pain. If I go home now with my tail tucked in, maybe she'll look up and maybe begin to tell me the truth I've been dodging all week. You can't keep a house if your mouth runs weak. This station don't care who fell apart. It just keeps time like a broken heart. Table for one at the blue line station. No fine meal, just a hard situation. I'm eating my pride with a cold thin grin, waiting on a night that won't let me in. Table for one, don't call it rest. It's just a lonely seat inside my chest. Next train comes, so does morning.
Wrong hour got my name on it.
I call when she's asleep, I come back when she's mad. I tell the truth too late, and I lie when I feel bad. I buy my peace at closing time, then I spend it by daylight. I keep the wrong hour in my pocket, like it's the only one that fits right. I miss the bus by a minute, miss the point by a mile. I hold my tongue in public, then I crack it in the aisle. My watch runs fine, my head don't. My heart keeps bad receipts. I learned how to be sorry, but not how to move my feet. I keep the wrong hour, like a second skin, always showing up after I'm let in. I keep the wrong hour, it knows my face, makes a hard man stumble in a smaller place. I keep the wrong hour, it won't let go. Every good thing I touch gets slow. She says you love me loud and late, and I can't even argue that. I've been a midnight specialist, a dawn time wreck with a Sunday hat. I don't blame the weather, I don't blame the town. I've been the one who kept tearing down. If I want a life and not just regret, I got to meet the day I've been trying to forget. Not the wrong woman, not the wrong street, just my own bad timing on two tired feet. I keep the wrong hour, like a second skin, always showing up after I'm let in. I keep the wrong hour, it knows my face, makes a hard man stumble in a smaller place. I keep the wrong hour, it won't let go. Every good thing I touch gets slow. If I change the hour, maybe I change the man.
Don't wash it yet, let it keep the day on it. You reach for my shirt like you were reaching for peace, but I still had the grease and the grit and the crease. I know it smells like metal and rain, I know it carries a little pain, but every stain on that old blue cotton means I showed up when the light got rotten. It ain't pretty, it ain't clean, it's the only proof of the life I've seen. You said sit down, let me get that out, and I almost laughed at the way you sound, like if you rinse the cuffs and mend the seam, maybe the whole thing turns to a better dream. But I don't want polished, I don't want light, I want one woman who can hold me right. If she sees the soot and stays anyway, that's the closest thing to saved. I'll say, don't wash my work shirt, leave the day on the cloth, leave the cold dust, leave the weak man cough. Don't wash my work shirt,
She laid it flat on the back of the chair, touched the frayed up sleeve like she really cared. No sermon, no pity, no holy shine, just a hand on the fabric and a look that said mine. I stood there stupid with my jaw tight shut, feeling something open where I usually cut. Maybe that's how mercy gets in the room, not in a halo but in a work shirt bloom. If you take the dirt, take the ache too. I'm made of both, and I'm still here for you. Don't wash my work shirt, leave the day on the cloth, leave the cold dust, leave the weak man cough. Don't wash my work shirt, let it tell the truth. I've been carrying this life since I was you. If you can love me with the grime still there, then you know the man under the wear. Hang it up, don't save it, just keep it.
Morning don't owe me nothing. Out with my feet. I used to think dawn was a kind thing, like it came around to bless a broken king. Now I know morning just shows up cold, checks the trash cans, counts the old. It don't ask if I'm sorry, don't care why. It just puts gray on the busted sky. I still walk out when the shift bell rings, carrying the same bed and better things. The woman beside me ain't a miracle song. She's a hard-eyed witness when I get it wrong. She sees the debt, sees the bruise, sees the bend, and stays because leaving ain't the only end. We don't call it freedom, we don't call it fate, we call it making it through the gate. If love got a meaning after all this wear, it's too tired people refusing despair. Morning don't owe me nothing, and I know my place. I'm a working man with a rough line face. Morning don't owe me nothing. I don't ask for light, I ask for one more honest night. Morning don't owe me nothing. I pay in bone and breath, and I keep that promise past the edge of death. So if you hear me later and my voice sounds low, that's not defeat, that's the way I go. Not clean, not cured, not born again, just a man still standing where the night ran thin. I won't call it happy, I won't call it grand, I call it keeping what I can in hand. If the whole thing's a bruise, let it bruise to the end. A hard kind of mercy is the closest thing to friend.
no bright road, no clean goodbye, just the same old street under the same old sky. Morning don't owe me nothing, and I know my place. I'm a working man with a rough line face. Morning don't owe me nothing. I don't ask for life, I ask for one more honest night. Morning don't owe me nothing. I pay in bone and breath, and I keep that promise past the edge of death. It wasn't the morning saved me, it was me still here when it got here.
I drag a rusted cello. I drag a rusted cello. The unstrung strings hang limp. The bow snaps in half. I find a cracked resin block,
Broken piece,
I find a cracked resin block.
broken piece.
The wood grain starts to rot. The hollow body feels hollow. The rhythm of the drip breaks.
Slow beat,
The rhythm of the drip breaks.
slow beat.
The friction fails to grip. The pitch begins to slip. The bridge cracks under pressure.
Sudden crack,
The bridge cracks under pressure.
sudden crack.
The hollow sound turns sharp. The tension pulls me down. I carry a rusted tuning fork, so cold. I carry a rusted tuning fork, so cold. My heavy coat drags the floor. The damp air numbs my skin. The damp air numbs my skin. I walk past the empty loop. The damp air numbs my skin. Everything feels out of tune. Shallow bridge snaps inside. A cracked shallow bridge snaps inside. The tension pulls my very bones. A sharp note hits my chest. A sharp note hits my chest. The rhythm starts to ache. The rhythm starts to ache. I feel the tempo rise. Oh, slicks coat the gutter. Oil slicks coat the gutter, dark puddles. The signal clicks a steady beat. Old bricks smell of ozone. Old bricks smell of ozone, heavy, damp. A rusted anchor drags my feet. A rusted anchor drags my feet, heavy weight. The frayed hemp rope snaps. Dampness seeps through my heavy coat. Seeps through my heavy cold skin. I walk this wreckage alone. I walk this wreckage alone, no choice. The salt air bites my face. The salt air bites my face. Bitter sting. Tide pulls me down. The tide pulls me down, deep down. I drag this rusted anchor. I drag this rusted anchor. Salt-crusted hemp rope binds my feet. The trench coat soaks the grit. The trench coat soaks the grit.
I move like a sunken hull. I move like a sunken hull.
Just debris in the dark.
The cold bites through my bones
Deep inside,
The cold bites through my bones
deep inside,
Deep inside. Wipers tap a slow heartbeat.
Wipers tap a slow heartbeat. The hull is cracked and leaking. The hull is cracked and leaking.
I feel the pressure rising.
I feel the pressure rising.
Wet asphalt smells like salt. Wet asphalt smells like salt. Like salt. A soaked trench coat weighs me down. A soaked trench coat weighs me down. Weighs me down.
Broken signs flicker on the ground. Broken signs flicker on the ground.
Flicker on the ground. I drag a rusted anchor. I drag a rusted anchor. Anchor.
Fraying hemp rope pulls my skin. Fraying hemp rope pulls my skin. Pulls tight. The tide of ache begins rising. The tide of ache begins rising. Rising. My pulse hits the iron hole. My pulse hits the iron hole. Hits hard.
begins to crack, begins to crack. To crack. I found a little tape in the back of a shoebox. Brown paper label, my handwriting on it. Half the name rubbed out, half the truth still there. Lord, it still spins like a broke down prayer. It was sitting with my bills and my old church letter, a cracked little shell with a lie in it. I held it up to the light and I knew that sound was the worst good night I ever lived through. Your voice on the first line, my laugh in the crackle, a train in the room and a bottle on the table. I said I lost you clean, I said I moved on, but the tape don't care what I told myself. I heard us fighting in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, a glass on the sink and the door chain swinging. You said, don't call me baby when you mean goodbye, and I said, don't stay if you came to shame me. That was us, all fire and cheap excuses, all smoke in the curtains, all pride in the teeth. I kept the tape because it told the truth, and I kept the lie because it kept me breathing. Play it back, let the needle find the scar. Play it back, that's who we really are. Not the sweet parts, not the sober parts, just two lost voices in the dark. Play it back, let it cut me open slow. If I can't forget, then I ought to know what we were when the house went cold, what we were when the tape was rolling. There was a laugh in there right after the crying, the kind you make when you can't afford to break. You told me one day you'll hear this and hate yourself. Well, baby, I heard it and I stayed awake. The tape hissed like a snake in a radiator, and every rewind took me further in. I am not asking for mercy tonight, I'm just telling you where the story begins. I didn't lose it, I buried it. There's a difference. Play it back, let the needle find the scar. Play it back, that's who we really are. Not the saints, not the fools, not the parts that shine, just two hard lives in a faded line. Play it back, let it cut me open slow. If I can't forget, then I ought to know what I kept, what I killed, what I let go. On side A, track 1, the truth came home. Brown tape, bad luck, oh sin. Spin it once and it starts again. Seen you at the back table under the weak red light. Same old coat on your shoulders, same look in your eyes. He had your chair pulled out like he was somebody new. And I stood in the doorway